Can you hear me okay with the microphone? Okay. How about this? Can people hear me okay with this one? Okay.
Check, 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 check.
Okay, in an effort to start on let me just say there's a lot of data and links uploaded both to the speaking page of Fast, which is my website, and they're uploaded to the SCaLE presentation. So you already got the slides, they've got the links. Yeah. So this and power dynamics. And power imbalances are everywhere, including our open source projects. And we're all impacted by these power dynamics, whether you contribute as an individual or whether you contribute as part of your job. And this talk is going to cover how rug pulls and company contributors and projects we embrace. So I've built a decades-long career at companies like VMware and Intel. Sustainability. So there uh, me, but rather how we use this work more sustainable. Over those years, looking from the metrics to improve our work in open source. How the data stand these power so that we can mitigate the risks associated with those dynamics. Today, I will start by talking about how the power dynamics in open source have been changing with the proliferation of cloud computing and the large cloud providers, along with how those power dynamics change during rug pulls, forks, and other disruptions. And then I'll dive a bit deeper into different types of rug pulls and their outcomes, including a bunch of data about relicensed projects and their forks. And then finally, I'll talk more about what we can do when we're selecting open source projects to minimize our risk and hopefully reduce disruptions to our work. So we'll start with of the people protection. But they served under the king, who could take away this power. No power or autonomy, despite doing most of the real work. Now, consequences are less extreme, but with the rise in popularity of the open source power case, we have ways to then flip that power dynamic. So here at the top, we have the cloud providers. With into the cloud, it's become really services provided by the cloud providers. And if you need some piece of open source software, you can probably cloud providers like AWS software, and they probably have a service that you can use to create it. If that's services for open source projects, sometimes will contain very little those projects. So this tends to then upset who have less power than the big cloud providers. And some, but not all of the There's a lot. Yes, it has full battery. All right. I will. No, it seems to be dropping in and out, isn't it? How about this one? Okay, I'm going to try this one instead. Okay, so one thing that makes these power dynamics a bit fuzzy is that many of these companies actually fit into multiple categories, right? So for example, cloud providers are also users, contributors, and maintainers of various open source projects. And I'll talk more about this when we talk about forks. So this is just like it sounds, right? Companies pull the rug out from under the rest of us when they use open source to build a user base and a community before making a power play and then doing something like relicensing or otherwise disrupting the project. Open source projects that are controlled by a single company have a higher risk of disruptions over the long term because they operate at the whims of the company holding that power. And there's little recourse for outside contributors or users with less power when the company decides to go in a direction that doesn't align with the expectations of the other participants within the community. So for company-originated open source projects, you can consider the reputation of that company as a steward for open source projects. However, while you might think that a company is an excellent open source citizen and that their projects are unlikely to be relicensed or forked, always keep in mind that companies can change direction with little or no notice. You also never know when they might be acquired by a company that isn't very open source friendly, which I'll talk about in a little bit. And companies can also change their strategy at some later date. And it's possible also that a company could just go out of business and abandon their open source projects. So projects are much less likely to be disrupted by rug pulls if they're under neutral, well-run foundations, because those foundations encourage governance structures that create a level playing field, where people from a whole bunch of different companies can work together as equals to create something that benefits everybody. However, there are still examples of rug pulls for projects under neutral foundations, especially when most or all of the contributors are from a single company, which I'll also talk about later. Now, the power dynamics are quite a bit more complicated than the pyramid diagram that I showed at the beginning, because companies also need to answer to their investors, their boards, their stakeholders, who are in a position of power over that company, whether it's a small company or even a very large cloud provider. And lately, some companies have experienced a lot of pressure from their VCs, their shareholders, their other investors, to relicense their open source projects to generate more license revenue, especially when a vendor's revenue streams rely solely or mostly on an open source project. Their investors and shareholders become concerned that the vendor is not making as much profit as possible from the project. And this can be compounded if other companies, often the large cloud providers, are competing for the same customers and profiting from the open source project that the vendor has put a bunch of resources into developing. And these concerns about profitability lead to pressure from investors to put the open source project under a new license with more restrictions. More restrictions than would be possible under an OSI-approved open source license. So these restrictions often make it more difficult for cloud providers or other companies to profit from the newly relicensed open source project. In several high-profile relicensing events, like the ones from Redis and Elastic, for example, in the relicensing announcement, they mentioned that they were finding it difficult to sustain the company, while the cloud providers were profiting from the work and taking business away from the smaller company that was driving the open source project. Now, this flips the power dynamic and increases the power associated with the smaller company, while decreasing the power of the cloud providers. But this is not the end of the power dynamic flip, which you'll see when I talk about forks. Now, the disruptions caused by rug pulls can result in forks. But we're going to go on just a little side quest here for a quick overview of what I mean when I talk about forking. So in the days before GitHub, forks usually referred to hard forks, also sometimes called hostile forks or variant forks. And these hard forks are created with the purpose of starting a new branch of development that diverges from the original and often competes with that original project under usually a new governance model for the fork. Now, hard forks are in contrast to the social forks popularized by GitHub, which is when you click that fork button on a repository. And those social forks are often used for collaboration while someone is contributing back to that original project upstream using something like a pull request model. So I'm focused on hard forks. So throughout this presentation, all references to forks are hard forks until near the end when I have one slide about GitHub stars and social forks. Now, these hard forks are a form of rebellious collective action that flips the power dynamics in the pyramid and allows those of us with less power to take control of our own destiny by taking back control of our open source projects in the form of a fork, where we control the governance of this newly formed project. However, it's not nearly as simple as all of that, right? Forks are very hard work. So while you often hear people say that, well, anyone can fork a project and run with it, it takes a significant amount of people and resources to make a project, including a fork, successful. And often, those people and resources are often provided by some of those very large cloud providers. So I mentioned that a smaller company can relicense an open source project to flip that power dynamic and gain power back from the cloud providers. But those cloud providers can also flip that power dynamic again by forking a project and gaining their power back from these smaller companies. And this works pretty well, frankly, because these large cloud providers can often put a significant number of people and other resources into making a fork successful. So now that we've talked about the power dynamics, let's do a deeper dive into rug pulls, including the forks and disruptions that result from them. So you'll see how the power dynamics play out in a few different scenarios. So one of the most common rug pull methods over the past few years has been relicensing open source projects. So the companies controlling these projects used open source to grow their user base and as a way for projects to become more widely used and popular. Then they moved those projects under non-open source licenses. So in the three cases on the slide, the result was rebellious collective action by users and one case contributors coming together to create a fork of the original project. And I'll talk about each of these examples on later slides, so I'm not going to cover them in detail here. But the important thing to remember is that rug pulls are often related to licensing, not always, but they also have consequences in the form of the forks that result, for example. Now, the research that we've been doing within the CHAOSS project is focused on the relicensing events that resulted in a fork of the original project. But it's important to remember that not all relicensing events and not all rug pulls result in a community fork. So MongoDB, for example, they created the server-side public license, and it kicked off this recent wave of relicensing events, but didn't actually result in a community fork. Because MongoDB created the server-side public license, the SSPL, there was about a 5-month period of uncertainty after they relicensed MongoDB in October 2018, while we all waited to find out if the OSI would accept the SSPL as an open source license. Now, in March, so about 6 months later, 2019, it became pretty clear that the OSI was not going to approve it. So MongoDB withdrew their request to have the SSPL approved as an open source license by the OSI. But what this effectively did is this created a cooling off period that the other companies who relicensed to the SSPL later didn't have the luxury of. So, but there are companies like Percona and Microsoft and Amazon who were able to continue to serve their customers with alternative commercial services instead of community forks. In Percona's case, they actually had a fork, but the fork was also under the SSPL, so it also wasn't really open source, but it gave them an opportunity to serve their customers. In the case of Amazon and Microsoft, they created services with MongoDB compatibility. So again, continued to serve their customers, but not with a community fork. Now, the Perforce Puppet rug pull is really interesting, and not just because I used to work at Puppet many years ago before this actually happened. But it wasn't technically a relicense, but it had effectively the same result. So Perforce acquired Puppet back in 2022, but announced in November 2024 that it would move binaries and packages developed by the team into a private location, which they claim it's for security and stability reasons. Sure. In the announcement, they spent quite a bit of time explaining how this was not a relicense. But they also said that they were going to be slowing the frequency of source code contributions back to the public repository. So they were effectively moving their development behind closed doors. But, again, it's not technically a relicense. But as you can imagine, this resulted in a similar scenario with a fork called OpenVox. And in OpenVox, the users and contributors are taking the power back after that perforce rug pull. Now, for years, Bitnami images were sort of the de facto method of running many of the most popular applications on top of Kubernetes. The images were free to use, they were well maintained, they had sensible defaults, easy Helm installs. So these Bitnami images were actually baked into the deployment automation for a bunch of companies and open source projects. Now, the source code remains available under an Apache 2.0 license, so these are still open source. But what people were using were the container images. And in short, people trusted Bitnami to continue providing this service. Now, Bitnami was acquired by VMware in 2019, and Bitnami continued to provide these freely available images to the community. Then VMware was acquired by Broadcom in 2023, and Broadcom has made a whole bunch of changes to how the VMware products and services were monetized. And in August 2025, they announced that if companies and open source projects wanted to continue getting the images, continue getting images with new releases, new versions, security updates, they were going to have to get a Bitnami Secure Images subscription. They also, at the same time, conducted a series of brownouts where they removed images for a 24-hour period to raise awareness for the change. But the brownouts and these restrictions essentially broke builds and releases, causing quite a bit of disruption as companies and open source projects then scrambled to implement some sort of alternatives. Now, like with the Puppet Perforce example, this is one of those cases where many people relied and trusted a company because they were good open source citizens, without necessarily considering what might happen if that company was acquired by someone who wasn't nearly as open source friendly. Now, this is the same pattern of putting release images behind a paywall, but it's different from the previous examples. So for starters, Linkerd is a CNCF project. So it's a project under a neutral foundation. However, all of the maintainers work for Buoyant. So the governance isn't really neutral. So here's what happened. In February 2024, the CEO of Buoyant announced that they were putting stable release images of the open source Linkerd project in the hands of the vendor community. So in other words, in the hands of Buoyant. So in this case, everything else stays open. So they continue to make source code releases. They continue to do the development in the open. But the packaged images are only available to their paying customers. Interestingly enough, at the time the CEO of Buoyant made this announcement on behalf of the project, he wasn't actually listed as a maintainer or as part of the Linkerd governance, despite making this announcement on behalf of the open source project. So as I mentioned earlier, this is a CNCF project. So the CNCF got involved, but the biggest change they really made was to insist that if the CEO was speaking on behalf of the project, that he needed to actually have a formal role in the project. So what they did was they created a director role for him within the Linkerd governance. And the director is elected by a majority vote of the maintainers. But again, all of the current maintainers work for the company. And then in October 2024, the CEO said that the change has been a success for the company, allowing them to double their recurring revenue and become profitable. And to their credit, they did use some of that money to hire additional maintainers and support staff for the open source Linkerd project. But what this does is this highlights one of the biggest issues in foundation projects, which is getting organizational diversity within those projects that are donated by vendors. So this is a complicated problem that I don't really have time to address in this particular presentation. But the reality is that if a company is staffing a whole bunch of people to work on a project, then those people tend to get to make the decisions on the project. And while the governance documents, including the ones for Linkerd, encourage other people to get involved, sometimes no one else has stepped up, maybe because the contributors don't really, they sort of feel like outsiders, and they don't always feel welcome when all of the other contributors work for the same company, which puts projects into kind of a chicken and egg situation when it comes to recruiting outside developers. Now, open source projects are pretty complex. No two are exactly alike, so throughout the rest of this presentation, you'll see that different types of open source projects experience different impacts, depending on the situation surrounding the fork and the project. I'm not going to go into a ton of detail on this slide, but you can find all the data that I'm going to talk about today in the CHAOSS repository linked from this slide. And of course, we welcome feedback and contributions. If you want to dig into the code and the data, it's all there for you to have a look at. So a lot of the data is stored in GitHub using Jupyter notebooks. But you don't actually need any data science skills or, frankly, even programming skills at all to understand the notebooks. This is the thing I love about Jupyter notebooks, is that you can just sort of ignore the code and just look at the text and the output, and you can get a pretty good feel for the results. Now, I will start by saying there is no perfect data to understand the impact that employees have, especially employees of particular organizations, that they have on an open source project. So the goal of this research is not to have perfect data, but to get a sense or a feel for how employees of particular organizations participated in these projects. And frankly, it can be pretty difficult to gather data about where people work. So I think I've come up with a pretty reasonable solution by only gathering data about the most significant contributors. So I've defined that as those with 10 or more commits to some of the bigger projects, Elasticsearch, OpenSearch, and 5 or more commits for the smaller projects. And I was able to figure out where people worked for the most of the significant contributors. And I filled in gaps by just talking to people who contribute in these projects, who generally have a pretty good feel for where people work. So I used numbers of commits as a starting point, but sometimes commits aren't a particularly good indicator of the amount of work. So most of the results also looked at numbers of lines added and deleted to get a better feel for the magnitude of the contributions. And I only focused on the primary repository for each of these projects. So there are loads of limitations, but this hopefully will give you a sense of what's going on. But also, anytime you're looking at open source projects, so organizational affiliation data is important when looking at relicensing and forks. So I started with that. But there are loads of ways to contribute to open source projects. So you could also look at a whole bunch of other metrics on GitHub, off of GitHub, for these projects. So I would say this is a starting point. Now let's talk about Elastic and Elasticsearch and OpenSearch. So Elastic moved Elasticsearch under the server-side public license. So again, the license that was created by MongoDB. And they dual licensed that with an Elastic license. So these are not OSI-approved open source licenses. So Elasticsearch was no longer an open source project in 2021 when they relicensed. So as you'll see on the next slide, almost all of the existing contributors to Elasticsearch were Elastic employees. So the relicense had little impact on contributors, since there were just very few outside contributors. But there was a pretty big impact on some of the users of Elasticsearch, who had to decide whether they could use it under one of these new licenses. And this resulted in a decision at Amazon AWS to fork Elasticsearch into a new project called OpenSearch, so that they could give their customers an alternative to Elasticsearch. Now, without a strong contributor community, there wasn't a strong contributor base to drive the fork. So while AWS had a few people who had contributed to Elasticsearch before, they were mostly starting from scratch with employees who were still learning the code base. And it did take them a while to get something out, and it was quite a bit of hard work, actually. Now, in this example, I'm comparing the year before Elasticsearch originally relicensed. So during this first period, the project was still under the Apache 2.0 license. So in the second and third periods of time, the project was under the SSPL and the Elastic license. So this is during the period when Elasticsearch was no longer an open source project. So you can see in the data that it made very little difference in this case because Elastic never really built a strong contributor base outside of the people who worked at the company. So in all of the time periods, Elastic employees were making 95 to 97% of the additions and deletions to the code base, with no more than 3 people from outside of Elastic making 10 or more commits in any given year. And it's not on the slide, but I also looked at 6 months after they added the AGPL, so when they became an open source project again. But at that point, there were no non-employees with 10 or more commits, which isn't surprising given that they didn't really have them before when it was an open source project. Now, in this example, I'm comparing the early days of the OpenSearch fork, the first year, with the final year of when OpenSearch was moved from Amazon into the Linux Foundation, and then 6 months after the move to the Linux Foundation. So I actually spent some time in the OpenSearch community after the fork. And in that first year, a lot of the work was being done within Amazon. So while the code was public, a lot of the discussions and decisions were still happening inside of the company. So it's not surprising that we see here in the data that most of the contributors in this first time period were coming from Amazon employees. Now, in the most recent years, you can see that this has gradually shifted to bring in more contributors from outside of Amazon. And they've made a lot of improvements in their governance that have allowed more people to contribute, and that also then facilitated that move into the Linux Foundation, which I think is a great step for OpenSearch. It's also worth noting that one individual from Ivan made most of the non-Amazon contributions in all of these time periods, but there were also significant contributors from others. So this seems to be trending in a good direction from my perspective. I was a little surprised that there wasn't more of an uptick after moving it into the Linux Foundation. Which to me suggests, doesn't prove, but suggests that starting a fork under a company and then moving it into the foundation doesn't have the same benefit as starting a fork under a foundation, which you'll see in the next couple of slides. Now, on the one hand, most Terraform contributions were made by HashiCorp employees. So even when it was an open source project. So from that standpoint, the original project is kind of similar to Elasticsearch. However, you'll see that the fork is very different from OpenSearch. The OpenTofu fork was started under the Linux Foundation. So from the start, it was under a neutral foundation rather than being started by a single company, the way AWS started OpenSearch. However, in other ways, it's a lot like the OpenSearch fork because it was driven by users rather than people who'd been contributing to the original project. So let's have a look at the data. Again, similar to the Elasticsearch example, you can see that HashiCorp employees made almost all of the significant contributions to Terraform, even before the relicensing, with only 1 or 2 people outside of the company making significant contributions. So it's not surprising that the situation is the same after they relicensed. Now, OpenTofu has contributors from a variety of companies, with Spacelift employees making the most significant contributions. However, it's interesting to note that none of these contributors contributed to Terraform before the fork. So, like with the OpenSearch example, these were contributors who had to learn the code base. Now, this is in contrast to Valky, which I'll talk about on the next slides, where over a dozen contributors moved to the fork. So, this example is very different in many ways from the ones I just talked about. So in this case, there were a lot of contributors to Redis who were not employees of the company. So when Redis moved to non-open source licenses, these contributors forked the project and started a brand new project called Valky. So this new project, like OpenTofu, was started under the Linux Foundation. So from the start, it was under a neutral foundation rather than being started by a single company. And even though Valky is a relatively new project, you can really see how it's different than the previous examples, which we'll see in the next couple of slides. So again, where the Redis project differs from Elasticsearch and Terraform is in the number of contributions from people who are not employees of Redis. So in the year leading up to the relicense, while Redis was still open source, there were substantial contributions from employees of other companies, with twice as many non-employees making 5 or more commits. So Redis employees had more additions and deletions, but I looked at these and they were inflated by a couple of PRs with very large change sets due to how they merged and created releases. But you can see that employees of other companies made almost twice as many commits from about a dozen people. In the year after the relicense, all of the external contributors from companies like Amazon and Alibaba and Tencent and Huawei and Ericsson, who had contributed over 5 commits to the Redis project in the year leading up to the relicense, they stopped contributing. There were a couple of commits after the relicense, which looked like work in progress that just got merged after the relicense. But all of the contributors who made 5 or more commits after the relicense were Redis employees. Now, Valky had 52 people employed at 13 companies in the first year of the fork. And 22 of those people previously contributed to Redis and are now contributing to Valky. So there are contributors from a variety of different companies, with Amazon having the most contributors. The Google data is a little bit misleading because while Google employees have made a large percentage of additions and deletions, most of those changes can be attributed to 2 PRs, which were related to formatting changes. But there are also lots of contributions coming from companies like Alibaba and Ericsson and Samsung. First of all, I'll say that I'm actually not a fan of stars and forks. But because it's almost impossible to accurately measure the actual usage of an open source project, there's some research that Sophia Vargas and Georg Link and others did that found that there is a strong positive correlation between usage and GitHub forks and stars. So this is not perfect data. I'm actually not even a fan of this type of data. But I do think it highlights a few trends. So after the relicensing event for projects moving to a non-open source license, the number of new GitHub forks and stars were at a slightly lower level than before for all of the relicensed projects, which indicates that slightly fewer people were interested in contributing to and using these relicensed projects. And when comparing the relicensed project with its hard fork that were started, the hard forks that were started under Foundations actually have more new stars than the original relicensed projects. So again, this data is not perfect, but it does indicate that both the original project and the hard forks continue to exist together, with both projects being used. However, the relicensed projects likely have a slightly reduced usage due to some users switching to the forks, and this is more pronounced for the forks that were started under a foundation. So what can we do, right? These rug pulls and power dynamics create significant issues for those of us who use and contribute to these projects. And as maintainers, contributors, and even users of open source software, we devote our most precious resource to these projects. We devote our time. And we need for projects that we spend time on to be sustainable over the long term to avoid wasting this most precious resource. And there is unfortunately no way to predict which projects will be sustained over time versus the ones that might experience a rug pull. But there are some warning signs, and there are some things we can think about before deciding to spend too much time on a project. So before I start the slide, I am not a lawyer. I'm going to gloss over the details because you should talk to an actual lawyer about how this works. But there are things that can increase or decrease the likelihood of a rug pull when a project is owned by a company. So contributor license agreements, CLAs, create a power imbalance between, they create a power imbalance within an open source community where the power is tilted toward the company who owns the project and controls that contributor license agreement, giving the company more power than other contributors. So for example, the power to relicense a project in some cases. So when projects use CLAs, rug pulls are more common. It's worth noting that Elasticsearch, Terraform, and Redis all had CLAs. Projects that use the developer certificate of origin, on the other hand, don't suffer from this particular type of power imbalance. That's not to say that there might not be other types of rug pulls with projects using a DCO, but they aren't likely to result in a relicense. The type of license might also influence certain types of rug pulls. That's definitely a question for an actual lawyer. So I'm gonna move on before I get myself in trouble. So I talked earlier about how rug pulls and power plays are more common when a project is controlled by a single company, as we just saw in several examples. So one way to make better use of our time is by supporting projects that are under neutral foundations whenever possible. So the CNCF, the Linux Foundation, the ASF, Eclipse, those are all lovely neutral foundations. Projects are much less likely to experience rug pulls if they're under neutral, well-run foundations, because those foundations encourage governance structures that create a level playing field where people from a whole bunch of different companies can work together as equals to create something that benefits everyone. But it's not enough just to focus on projects that are under neutral foundations. You also need to look at project governance. So while it isn't as common, rug pulls can and do still happen to projects under neutral foundations, usually when all or most of the development is coming from the employees at a single company. So I talked earlier about Linkerd, but there are a handful of other examples as well. So it can help to look for neutral governance, where leadership positions and maintainers come from a wide variety of different organizations with a fair and transparent process for selecting those leaders. This creates, again, a level playing field where we can all participate as equals when neutral governance is combined with neutral ownership of projects under foundations. Now, I talked about neutral governance, but we should also be thinking about contributor sustainability in general. Does the project have enough contributors to sustain it over time and replace the existing maintainers when they move on to something else? So for the open source projects we rely on, are there enough contributors that if one of them retired on a beach tomorrow with no notice, could the project continue with minimal disruptions? Now, this leads directly to how organizations can help the open source projects that are important for them. I've talked a lot about the power dynamics, but companies and other organizations also have the power and resources to make real improvements. And their involvement can positively impact the sustainability of our open source projects, including the forks. OSPOs, for example, can allocate time to contribute to projects, to provide funding and other resources to help sustain those open source projects. Having people affiliated with your organization working within a project helps you understand the power dynamics that might be at play and better understand the strengths and weaknesses of that project, while also being able to influence the project from within. Now, there are loads of other ways you can think about the sustainability of a project and find ways to improve that sustainability from within for the projects you use. So some of you may already be familiar with the CHAOSS project. We're a Linux Foundation project. We have a series of project viability metrics models that were created by Gary White at Verizon. And they can help you think about which projects you should spend time on and which ones might not be viable over the long term. So if you're deciding whether to embrace a project and want to dig into more details than what I just covered, that would be a good place to start. And we also recently launched a practitioner guide series. So each guide is focused on a single topic, but the real value of these guides isn't actually in the metrics, despite being that's what CHAOSS is focused on. But the value in the guides is how to make meaningful improvements within your open source projects across several key areas, which are listed here. So if you're looking for additional ideas for improving your projects, the guides are a good place to start. We also have a practitioner guide about assessing viability that's based on the metrics models that Gary developed. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning, the slides are already uploaded both to my personal website and to the SCaLE schedule site. So I'm not going to spend any more time on this, but you do have these resources and links later. Now, with the rise in popularity of large cloud providers, the open source power dynamics are looking kind of similar to that feudalism example that I talked about in the beginning of the presentation. But in our case, what's different is that we have ways to shift those power dynamics. A smaller company deciding to move a project away from an open source license can flip that power dynamic and gain power back from those large cloud providers. But they also shift the balance of power further away from contributors and users at the same time when they decide to relicense that project. So this encourages those who now have less power to take rebellious collective action to fork a project, which again flips the power dynamic in favor of the contributors and users, often including those large cloud providers as users. Now, as I mentioned earlier, there is no way to predict which projects will experience rug pulls, but we can think about the risks and use that information to more carefully select projects. So projects with CLAs that are owned by companies will be a higher risk than projects under foundations with neutral governance. We can also contribute back to those projects that are most important for us to help reduce those risks. And if a rug pull does occur, we are so much better off than those peasants and serfs that I talked about earlier, because we do have certain freedom that allows us to take rebellious collective action and gain power back by forking projects when others abuse their power. So a couple of quick thank yous before I open it up for questions. I wanted to thank the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation. So they've funded the Chaos Data Science Initiative. I also want to thank Matt, who's been working with me on some of the relicensing and forks research. He's my co-author on some papers that we're working on related to this topic. So with that, I will say thank you and see if there are any questions.
So kind of continuing on with your final thought there, one of the things I've been wondering really since the latest spate of relicensings where everybody just kind of threw up their hands and went, well, they can do that legally because they have a CLA. When do we start to see open source authorities like OSI start to say, if you have a CLA that allows relicensing to a non-open source license, then we don't care if the license is open source, the existence of that CLA means your project is not.
Oh, that question feels like a political landmine that I'm a little afraid to address. I would say that the OSI I don't think is in a position to enforce that. They have a list of approved licenses and then people kind of do what they want with it. I think it's really up to the rest of us to sort of, what the expression is. What? Vote with your feet. Yes, exactly. So the rest of us can vote with our feet. We can participate in projects that aren't owned by companies under CLAs. We can try to use projects that aren't owned by companies under CLAs. And so I think that's probably about all we can do at this point. I don't know that anybody's going to step in and sort of enforce it, but I think that we all need to be a little bit more diligent about which projects we spend our time on and which projects we support. Other questions? Yes.
Did you try to develop any metrics?
Can you hold it closer
Oh,
and
sorry.
talk louder?
Oh, right, it's working. Yeah.
Very well.
Did you try to develop any metrics for the abuse of that position of employing most of the contributors in any of these projects? I mean, we know that in some cases, projects which would have threatened the enterprise version, patches which would threaten the enterprise versions, get sandbagged. Did you try to measure that at all?
No. Frankly, there was just a lot of stuff to look at, and so I started with organizational affiliation, and that's kind of where. And this is probably where I'm going to end this particular research, but it is all under the Chaos Project, and so if somebody else wanted to pick it up and look at a bunch of different metrics and look at it in different ways, I think that would be super cool, because there's loads of data you could dig into on this. You could look at, there are lots of other metrics you could look at. You could include more than just the primary repository, which I think would tell you a very different story, in particular about projects like OpenSearch, where there's lots of stuff happening in and around that main repository. So I think there's loads of stuff to look at that would shed really interesting insights on this whole phenomenon. I just haven't had time to do it.
Can you talk a little more about the collecting of which company everybody's from and like how many commits everyone has? Sounds pretty interesting if you're looking for different projects to contribute to, but how automated you can make that?
Yes. The answer is not very automated. So the number of commits and the number of lines of code, that came directly. I wrote GitHub GraphQL API queries to pull that data. So that came directly from the GitHub API. So at that point, I had a GitHub user ID associated with numbers of commits and lines added and deleted. And then from there, what I did was I was able to automate some of it because one of the things you can look at is the company that they currently work for that they have in their GitHub profile. But most people don't fill that out, or it's filled out very inconsistently. So there was a fair bit of data cleanup because I work for Elastic, I work for Elastic Inc., I work for Elastic BV, which is the Netherlands one. And so that data was particularly messy. The other thing I used was, and because everything was associated with a GitHub ID, I basically looked for any commit through the whole time periods that I was researching from a corporate email address. So if they had any commits, not just the individual commits that I counted, from a corporate email address, I basically said that they worked for that company. And because these were very corporate projects, there wasn't a lot of job change data. So what happened when somebody left Elastic, for example, they generally stopped contributing to the project. So that was one thing that I didn't really have to consider because I did look at that and I didn't really see people staying around in projects after that. And then what I did, so that was the automated bit, and so that was all scripted. And then I spent a whole bunch of time on LinkedIn and Google looking for people, trying to find out where they worked. And then for the ones that I couldn't figure out that way, I reached out to the people that I knew within those projects and said, hey, do you know where this person works? So it was a very, very much a manual process. And this is similar. So when I got my PhD a couple of years ago, I studied the Linux kernel. And I looked at how people collaborate within the kernel. And a piece of that is what company they work for. And that data was much more messy because they do change jobs and they continue to work on the kernel. So you see people jumping from Red Hat to Intel to, Lenaro or someplace else. So that data was particularly messy. But again, it was spending a lot of time on Google and trying to figure out where people worked and looking at email addresses and commits and things like that.
So, I'm a little late. So if you did you have a chance? City? For a rug. I work for an organization, the Para, that focuses on higher ed, and we see a lot of times student or research or academic open source software sort of bottom up, don't have much attention. The university seems happy to let them do whatever they want. Company X comes along, and the tech transfer office thinks that there's a money to be made. I was just wondering if you had any thoughts or in terms of things from that.
No, I didn't look at that because I was really only looking at Elasticsearch OpenSearch, Redis, and Valkey, and then Terraform and OpenTofu, which are not the kind of projects that you just talked about. So it was just not within the scope of what I was looking at. But it would be really interesting to look at that academic perspective because one of the things that we know is that these academic projects are very different than what you see in some of these vendor-owned projects. And so the dynamics are different and would be interesting. It would be interesting to know more about how those dynamics are different. Another question in the back here. Stephanie's going to get her steps in.
I know, thank you, I appreciate it.
Were there any other metadata around the contributors before and after that were interesting? Like, for example, where the contributions were coming from, or maybe originally it was all like Silicon Valley, New York, versus like afterwards it might have been a more global effort, or anything like any other metrics along like the diversity of the contributors before and after the licensing change?
No, honestly, I just didn't look at that. That would fall into the category of lots of other metrics that would have been interesting to look at, but that I just didn't look at. Yeah. That data is also very hard to get because people don't consistently put things in their GitHub profiles. So a lot of times it's planet Earth or you get lots of crazy things that people put in those in their GitHub profiles. And And then, because of the way people use VPNs, like even IP addresses, it's really hard to tell where people are from in a lot of cases. It's interesting data when you can get it.
We have time for at least one more question.
You were talking about evaluating projects that come from foundations as being better to contribute to. Should we be evaluating the foundations against each other as well? For instance, for perverse incentives to graduate projects?
Yes, probably. Yeah, the foundations are very different, and the projects within those foundations tend to be very different. And some of them are going to be more neutral than others. One of the dynamics that you have, particularly in some of these very large foundations like the Linux Foundation, the CNCF, Eclipse, is that they're effectively what they call in the U.S. 501c6s. So they're member organization nonprofits, which means they're not charities. They are basically, they get money from big companies who are their members, and their goal as an organization is to serve their members. So these, some of these big foundations, they are neutral foundations, meaning that they're not, giving one company preferential treatment over another, but they are effectively serving these very large companies. And so this is in contrast to organizations like Apache, for example. So the ASF is a 501c3. And there are other organizations like the Software Freedom Conservancy also hosts projects. There are other charitable organizations that host projects, and those will tend to be more neutral. Whereas on the other hand, like the CNCF, those projects tend to be less neutral because most of them are contributed by companies, and it's hard to get other contributors beyond that company that donated it to the CNCF. And so you do see slightly different dynamics in the CNCF projects. I will also, while we see if there are any other questions, I have some I 3D print chaos earrings down here. So if anybody wants a pair of earrings, help yourself, for those of you with pierced ears.
Or
Any
have
other
friends with
questions?
pierced ears. Any questions? Any more? Oh, one more.
You mentioned new work. You're still publishing stuff, but code approvals, who's actually approving the code, is an interesting metric. It seems probably you didn't look at it yet, but
No, I did not look at that. But who is approving the code is a particularly important metric. It's just a lot more complex to look at, because when you have GitHub approvals, for example, I'll back up. When you have a pull request, you might have, depending on the processes that the project uses. So like Kubernetes, I think it requires maybe 2 approvals from people, or maybe 3, depending on who they are, and they're from different companies, and so you have to kind of, how do you weight that, and it gets a lot more complex. I think it's important data. It's not data that I looked at.
I think that's it. Thank you, Dawn. That was great.
Thanks everybody for coming.
Check, check. Check.
And you want to hook it in your back pocket or belt?
Whatever.
Want to say something?
1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. Yeah, now, yeah, my, thanks. Access. No, I will just,
repeat?
I can probably roam around and,
Yeah.
yeah.
But if you want to like me to repeat questions people give you, so that it's on the stream or on the what
Mhm.
you're doing, or you know, you can hand that out as the pass to the next person.
Mhm. Okay. So this is on as well, right? Battery.
Hello, hello.
Cool. Thank you, sir. Nice. All right, well, look at us. Last presentation of the conference, at least on this track, and still we have more than 0 people, which is great. Welcome, everyone. Let's start. So, today's presentation is titled Enterprises Play Dirty. And before we start, I will actually show you some disclaimers, and not really the legal kind, although it's that as well. But first of all, I will be naming companies. I will be naming companies that are deemed to be not playing fair with the open source community. And I want us to understand that there are lots of great people behind these companies, great engineers, even great decision makers. And it's probably not always, it's not about the person, it's more about the organization itself and sometimes the circumstances. So, so I wanted to make sure that we start with this thought. It's nothing personal. And the second one is more legal. This presentation could be pure fantasy. It's merely a product of my imagination. You know, facts that are presented might not be actual facts. They might be totally made up. I may even be insane. We don't know. But the first and foremost, no one, especially lawyers, should take any of these things seriously. And of course, we are going to talk about licenses, and this is not going to be legal advice. So, just as a short intro, my name is Péter Farkas. I am the CEO of Percona. Who's heard about Percona before? Any Percona customers? Okay. So I'm the CEO of Percona. Previously, I worked full-time as a co-founder of FerretDB, which, by the way, was sued by MongoDB. And by the way, MongoDB is a trademark of MongoDB Inc. This is very important stuff, ladies and gentlemen. I've spent 15 years in the open source database world. I'm Hungarian, and I'm glad that I can present this talk to you today. So, our agenda. We'll talk about the bait and switch. We will have some case studies, Red Hat, MongoDB, and several other companies who changed the license at some point, and we are going to discuss how it happened and what were the general reactions from the community or why these changes might have happened. I'm going to talk a bit about Percona and how the community can fight back, and then we will have a conclusion as well. So let's start. This microphone is very distracting, but yeah, I just don't have the right ear for this. So I think many of us would agree that for decades we lived in simple times. As for me, when I started using open source technologies maybe like 20 years ago, my understanding of open source was, hey, this is something free. This is something that can be used instead of buying a Microsoft product or buying an Oracle product or just generally committing yourself to something you don't even know much about. For me, open source was the vehicle of my experimentations. You know, this is how I learned a lot about databases, about operating systems, and I'm sure that on this conference we all understand what this means. When someone started talking about licenses, I was not even interested, because for the most part, in my mind, open source is a social contract. And the understanding I have is this. There's a vendor or a community that starts building great software. Maybe not so great software, but software. And if that makes sense for some use cases, then the community gets built up around it, and it helps building the software and advocates for the project. And in turn, everybody benefits from this. Today, it's not as simple, and this presentation is pretty much about this phenomenon where, as for me, I no longer think about open source as something as simple as these statements here. Because what is really happening here? So for vendors, for those who wanted to make money or wanted a sustainable project, because let's not forget, in order to be sustainable, you somehow need a flow of resources, money or engineering resources or other contributions. But for most vendors, open source is all about the bigger pie. So you create a bigger pie with the help of the community. You create something way bigger than you could by yourself. This could be a result of others contributing to your code, or just the adoption which comes from the trust that this is open source software, and if there's a big enough community around it, then it will be something that you can build on in the future. And then these open source vendors would monetize a fraction of the pie. So of course, with open source, the expectation that I'm going to build something which is going to run on everybody's phones or everybody's computers or be part of every infrastructure around the world running XYZ is not realistic. The understanding is that if you market your solution as open source, then you're going to monetize a small fraction of the pie. But that's fine, because what you realize, hopefully, is that even your slice would be, even the slice you can monetize would be way smaller than if, than if you wanted to build the whole thing without the community. And then you thrive. Then you monetize 5%, 10%, 15% of the users of your solution, and done with it. This is the open source way. Except that the part where you thrive is nowadays being replaced with trying to eat the whole pie. So if we look at all of these companies, or some of these companies, what we can find is that they were all pioneers of their own areas. They either provided something entirely new to the market, or they provided an open source alternative, like Minio, to something that was widely available as a proprietary product, which is great. However, when their followership, their market, their user base starts growing, they realize that, hey, if everybody uses our solution, if there are hundreds of millions of users around the world using our stuff, then how come we are not a $75 billion company? How did that happen? And this thinking, slowly but steadily, I believe, pushes them into a situation where they might part ways with their open source strategy, believing that what is happening to them is not fair, that their ability to monetize only 15% of their user base is not something that could put them on a trajectory which is sustainable. Now, some companies are a bit more straightforward with this understanding. Let's look at Dev Ittycheria, the former CEO of MongoDB. And by the way, MongoDB, of course, is a registered trademark of MongoDB Inc., very important, ladies and gentlemen, who said, we didn't open source it to get help from the community, to make the product better. We open sourced as a freemium strategy to drive adoption. And this quote is powerful because it allows us an insight into how companies and even startups, like what MongoDB was back then, think about open source in general and think about what open source is good for from their perspective. So after such a quote, we can't just say, hey, we needed to change the license because it was no longer sustainable. What we can say is that they willingly went into this whole thing knowing that open source is just a vehicle for them to drive adoption so they can pull the rug later. So the problem with this freemium model is that it almost always ends with broken promises. So the freemium model has been sustainable for some companies for 6, 7, 8, 10 years. But at the end of the day, it almost always ended with crippled functionality, a change of license, change of terms, and things which we in the open source community did not appreciate at all. So let's look at the first one, Red Hat. And this is I think, one of the most interesting ones here. So when I think of Red Hat, I think of a company that pioneered open source based distribution and a business built around open source in general. So for many, many decades, the deal was simple. Red Hat led the way with their releases of the OS, and then the community like CentOS, or later Rocky and Alma Linux followed. And it was a symbiotic ecosystem. Then in 2023, after I think the IBM acquisition, Red Hat decided to put the source code behind a paywall. So they didn't technically break the GPL, they didn't technically change the license, but they effectively put the source code under a paywall and made it impossible for community projects to build one-to-one compatibility with Red Hat itself. What's worse, though, is that their communication has been drastically changing over the years, where words like freeloaders and other stuff was mentioned, which the open source community did not appreciate at all. So what I believe is that Rocky or Alma Linux are not clones of Red Hat. They are choices for the community. They are choices for those who might have different needs or different environments or different situations that would make Red Hat Enterprise not a viable solution. And yet Red Hat decided that this choice should be taken away from the community, which helped building Red Hat's reputation and products for decades. So this is a pretty interesting one in terms of the communication as well. So freeloaders were mentioned as a word. So companies like MongoDB or others would often claim that they are protecting themselves from hyperscalers, AWS, Microsoft, or even Oracle. But what needs to be said here is that these licenses and these actions would not just harm Amazon or Google, they would harm the independent developments and developers and the internal platform teams probably even more than a large company with lots of resources. So open source is not a business model. What we need to understand is open source is not a clear-cut plan for you to get rich with a very easy way of distributing your software. If you need to change the rules in the middle of the match, that means that something is wrong with your thinking. It's not that the freeloaders, the community, wanted to do any harm to you. The second example I brought to you, and this is very close to my heart, as I mentioned to you, FerretDB, the company I'm a co-founder of, got sued by MongoDB after this license change. So MongoDB's path is even more interesting, and it's interesting in a sense that they are the pioneers of the license change rug pull strategy. So what happened here is that in 2008-ish, they started developing this revolutionary NoSQL database, and they became the #1 NoSQL database, open source NoSQL database in the world. And of course, they felt that if they are the most popular NoSQL database, then they should be able to monetize maybe, I don't know, 80% of the pie or whatever. So after lots of developers decided to trust MongoDB as a product, MongoDB Inc. decided to change the license, and it created and adopted the server-side public license, which requires anyone offering MongoDB as a service to open or SSPL or well, open source their entire infrastructure stack, management tools, building, everything that is required to run MongoDB as a service, which means that, well, it ended up not being viable for many companies out there who built their infrastructure and the foundation of their applications that required a very different approach compared to Postgres or relational databases on MongoDB, and then they ended up with something that is, well, source available at best. But MongoDB went further. So in the initial months or even years, MongoDB claimed that the SSPL license should be an open source license. It should be approved by the OSI, and it should be something that is as good or even better as legacy open source licenses, which is funny because it does not comply with any of the requirements that an open source license should comply with in terms of not discriminating against any specific type of workload or user, and in this case the SSPL license would do that. So the OSI did not accept the SSPL license, but MongoDB maintained that SSPL is going to be the vehicle which is going to make open source sustainable. And the keyword is always sustainability. Now, when it comes to MongoDB, it is now a 20, 30, $40 billion market cap company. So I think that they are way far ahead of the sustainability question, and still they release their software with SSPL. And unfortunately, the MongoDB way of relicensing became the blueprint for some other companies. And this is the fiction part. So I wanted to give you some insight into how this works in practice. So you would think that something that was licensed with an open source license is something that forever belongs to the community, at least the latest release or the concept. But in 2021, we decided to build an open source alternative to MongoDB that is based on Postgres. And we implemented parts of the MongoDB API to make Postgres compatible with MongoDB workloads. And MongoDB's reaction was vicious. So they sent cease and desist letters to us and even some of our users, even users who did not know about FerretDB but learned about it from the letter MongoDB sent them, stating that they don't approve this whole thing and that they think that FerretDB is illegal. So they dragged us to court on patent and trademark violations for FerretDB calling itself MongoDB compatible. And meanwhile, cloud providers like AWS or Microsoft and some others provided similar compatible products, but they were not open source. So MongoDB only attacked the one open source project that implemented the API compatibility, which means that their problem is probably more than just AWS or Microsoft. My personal opinion is that their problem is that they want to monetize the entire pie, and they don't want to let open source projects or competing products to appear on the market unless these are sold by companies like the hyperscalers who would otherwise be MongoDB partners as well. So this whole experience, at least what it taught me, is that going back to one of my first slides, open source is not the same as it was 20 years ago. 20 years ago, I don't think it would have been a legal risk for you to implement an open source alternative to something. I mean, at the end of the day, this is how Oracle started. This is how lots of large companies started that later thrived on the alternative they've built. But this is no longer the case today. And another fictional part of this presentation is that someone suing you should not even be right. Their claims should not even need to stand in court, because a billion-dollar company is always going to be able to send you so many documents, so many letters, that you will not be able to keep up if you're a bit smaller than a $20, $30 billion company. So yeah, that's about MongoDB. Minio. So as open source users, you would think that how you pick an open source project as your next element of your stack would be the community response to it. Minio had close to 60K GitHub stars. It had lots of followers, lots of contributors, I think 1 billion Docker downloads, and numbers that are pretty impressive. And Minio as the company is also a member of the CNCF. I personally met C-levels from Minio on various different open source conferences where they presented similar presentations as I do when it comes to their belief in open source and that the way is open. Now, unfortunately, Minio decided to transition its licensing model from permissive license to AGPL in May 2021. And they stated that the reason behind this is because companies like Nutanix and Veka, they would violate their attribution terms, and that some of these products are actually wrappers around Minio itself. And and after the license change, they started complaining about some of the users by name on their blog, saying that they are ready to remove the to revoke the Apache license from these users simply because they don't comply with the terms of the license itself. Now, there is a huge debate on Hacker News and other platforms on whether Minio is right or not. One thing is for sure, revoking the Apache license, blogging about your users specifically, is not something we did 20 years ago in the open source community. Especially that this kind of legal shaming would not help the cause of Minio as an open source project. So after this whole thing unraveled, Minio basically maintained the enterprise version and the community version in parallel, but slowly and steadily started removing features from the community edition. So what was a full-fledged UI to manage your object store quickly became something very crippled on the community side. And after, I think, a year or so, they abandoned the repository completely, and nowadays Minio is a product that is only available to you for after paying a proprietary license and up to thousands of dollars in support and other costs. So if you built your stack on top of Minio, you definitely did not appreciate this change in approach. The next one is the Redis license change, which is, well, I would say that's a success story from the open source community standpoint. So Redis abandoned the BSD license a couple of years ago, and it actually adopted the SSPL license, stating that AWS is killing us, that this is not going to work. Hyperscalers are running Redis without contributing anything to Redis itself. And they, of course, realized this after Redis became the global de facto standard for in-memory data. This did not happen 5 years before. This happened when the pie looked pretty big already by all means. So after this realization, Redis decided to change the license to SSPL. It was pretty much the same as MongoDB. If you ran Redis as a service, then you needed to SSPL your entire stack. And they upheld this belief that this is going to be great for them for, I think, a little bit over a year. And the reason this did not go on for longer is because something happened on the market, and that something was Valkey. So the community was quick to react, and they forked Redis, creating Valkey, which was a collaboration between lots of different vendors on the market, large ones and smaller ones as well. Percona was one of them from the get-go. And the reason I told you that I think this is a community win is because if you think about it, this did not happen with MongoDB. It did not happen with, I think, successfully with Minio either. But it happened to Redis because the Redis community was strong enough to react this way and to fight back and to make sure that they are not going to be perceived as freeloaders who are now out of the game from the perspective of Redis Inc. So they added AGPL after seeing the success of Valkey, and there was, I think, a huge market loss for them after the SSPL move. The difference between MongoDB and Redis is striking in a sense that they both adopted the SSPL license. They both named similar reasons as to why they are doing this, but the reaction was completely different. And it's most likely different because the Redis community was a lot stronger. When it comes to MongoDB and contributions to MongoDB, I mean, MongoDB's CEO, the quote from him earlier might have been true in a sense that MongoDB built a lot of the MongoDB code base, whereas with Redis, there were a lot more contributions, so a lot more contributors felt familiar with the project itself to continue. So if we are talking about sustainability, if we are talking about how these companies want to be billion-dollar market cap behemoths on the wings of open source, we also need to talk about how the user is hurt in the process. Because we hear about how they want to make sure that AWS is unable to monetize everything for free without contributing back. But what we don't talk, or what they don't talk very often about, is that if you limit the amount of vendors, if you limit the amount of service providers for a certain technology, you're not only, of course, monetizing a larger part of the pie, if not the entire pie, but you also hike up prices on the market. There is a slower, fragmented innovation, and because you have less options for as a service, then you as a user would also be logged into a single This might be clear to you in this room. Maybe it's not, but the interesting thing is that if you search on SSPL, if you search on these new open source licenses that are to fix the cloud provider problem, you have actual open source users who would say, yeah, this is fair, this is great, this is the only thing they could have done, not realizing that they are on the losing side of the equation, that they have less options, that they have less choices, that they have less than what they had before. And it's such an interesting thing. Forking is also a problematic thing, because on one hand, it's great that now we have Valkey. It's great that we were able to fight back as a community. It's great that we did not let Redis get away with calling the community freeloaders and do this whole stuff without any backlash. On the other hand, it splits developer energy. Those who contributed to Redis would now contribute to Valkey. They might be accused of using each other's source code. There might be lots of drama around what is happening in each community, which is just a lot of energy. If we would be able to spend this energy on innovation instead of splitting the community into several different pieces, it would be a better word. And also, it erodes trust. So the next generation of developers, would they care to contribute to someone's project, knowing that this might end up becoming a billion-dollar company who would one day call them freeloaders for using the thing they helped to create? I mean, this is not something that's attractive as a concept. So, after discussing all of these different license changes, or in the case of Red Hat, some other creative ways of creating a world where there are less choices for users, let's talk a bit about how not to become exploited as a developer. So this might feel like a naive or conservative take, but if you have a good idea, if you have this idea where you can revolutionize X, Y, Z, where you can come up with this revolutionary new database or whatever that should be open source and should be something that grows as an open source project, the thing you need to make sure you don't do is don't plan and take investment with the promise of 1,000,000% growth. Because you could be the biggest believer of open source. You could be someone who really believes that open source is just the right thing for you to do. But at the same point, you're pushing yourself into a situation where you might not have the decision anymore. You might have an investor or several other co-founders or just a situation where you can no longer maintain your beliefs. And this is almost always coming from the fact that you don't feel that it's fair that the whole world is running on your technology and yet you don't have a private island. If you take any of these companies, I bet that all of them were started with open source in mind as something that they are going to stick to. Well, except for MongoDB, where there's an admission that this was not the case, but to each of their own. So instead of trying to fight on what is fair, let's suppose SQLite, it's on all of your phones right now. It's running on everything you own. Your car, well, high chance that your car runs SQLite, and many other things that would not need a distributed high-performance database. And yet, SQLite is still an open source project and still something that is free. How you can benefit from your own invention, your own innovation, is that if you are the number one at supporting, stewarding, and running the product, because the pie is bigger due to open source, and you need to accept that you will not be able to monetize all of it. How not to become exploited as a contributor and user. And this is the strange one, because I believe that these rules of thumb changed over the years. Because 20 years ago, you could be reasonably sure that if there's an open source license at play, and there are people who believe in open source, then they will most likely stick to that and proceed accordingly. But as of today, it is a complex decision, and there are lots of factors at play. For example, if the open source product is multi-vendor, that's, well, obviously a great thing. There are lots of service providers for MySQL, for example. You can't end up in a situation where it's only this or that who would be able to run MySQL as a service and therefore create competition for each other. And Postgres is an even better example, because when it comes to Postgres, even the trademark and the teams are, well, not owned by one big single entity that is there for profits and nothing else. Another great thing is if the technology is based on an open standard. So if you look at relational databases, most of them would implement the SQL standard, which means that they can't be as materially different as, for example, how MongoDB is different from the market. In the case of MongoDB, which is a trademark of MongoDB Inc., in case you don't know, that's a very important thing. They love this shit. So MongoDB is not based on an open standard or any standard whatsoever, meaning that whatever they do is going to be driven by them. It's not going to be driven by multiple vendors who belong to a standardization committee. It's basically them. And any alternative you come up with is going to have to play catch up for a long, long time with MongoDB until it becomes an open standard, which hopefully it will become. So if the technology you are eyeing is based on an open standard, that's a big win. Has a healthy community around it. So thinking back of the examples I brought, Redis, if you were a Redis user, you still have a reasonable chance that you're going to be able to migrate to something that is open source, because there was a strong community around it. There was willingness to change the situation and make sure that this is not going to be the end of the in-memory database that they built their applications on. And last but not least, if it's hosted by a foundation like Eclipse or CNCF or the Linux Foundation, like Valkey, another factor where Valkey is a good example, then of course that can give you confidence that this is not going to be a decision of someone at a corporate HQ when it comes to the greed and the pie. So if some of the above are not true, then you need to assess your migration risk. You need to make peace with the fact that what you have today, that's not something you might have tomorrow. And short, shameless plug here, but I think this is not a sales slide. So what Percona does, most of you are familiar with the company, is that we innovate on top of strong open source projects. What we basically do is we take enterprise-only features, such as some MongoDB enterprise-only features, or for Postgres, TDE, and well, contributing to Valkey itself, or very traditionally contributing to MySQL for 20 plus years. So we take enterprise-only features, features that would have been used to take more of the pie and release it as open source software, which means that those who were losing options could still get some of their options back, because we are here to work on opening things up. And last but not least, and this is a public service announcement, so I'm not sure if you heard about Oracle's different way of handling MySQL as of lately. There were lots of layoffs, for example. There were changes in how transparent Oracle is when it comes to the future of MySQL. So we published an open letter that advocates for creating a trade association for MySQL. If you would sign the open letter, of course, if you agree with what we want to do here, we would really, really appreciate it. And thank you very much if you do that. We already have more than 500 signatures, and we are aiming for 1,000. So we want to bring MySQL to a similar foundation as what we have for Postgres. So with that, thank you very much for your attention today. I know that this was a long conference. I know that this was the last session. I'm also terribly jet-lagged because I just arrived yesterday. So I'm hoping that what I said was interesting to you. And if you have any questions, please let me know. Okay, you were first.
Hi, thank you for your talk. So my question is, if I'm understanding correctly, the elephant in the room and the bottom line that I'm getting from your presentation is don't trust open source projects whose governance depends on a company.
I would say that it's a bit more nuanced than that. I think that there are many factors, as one of the slides elaborated on that. I think there are fundamentally, good companies. You can't tick all the checkboxes. Some of the open source projects you choose would be single vendor, or some of them would not belong to a foundation. And I think this is all good as long as you understand your risks. I would also say there's nothing wrong with proprietary software. So we are sitting here talking about open source, but probably we're using proprietary software in different instances, different parts of our professional or private life, and that's fine. Transparency is key. You need to understand how that project looks like in terms of the maintainer's vision for the future. If it's not part of a foundation yet, but they intend to donate it to a foundation, that's fine as well. I mean, as long as you understand where they are headed and you're not blindly going into it, then you should be fine. I think you need to trust open source projects. I would still want to continue living in a world where we have more trust towards open source than proprietary. I think the takeaway here, and probably it's hard to see that after all these negative things. But the takeaway here is that you just need to assess your risks, but open source is still going to prevail over anything proprietary, especially for infrastructure.
So I've asked some version of this question at conferences a couple of different times, and I guess I'll say it in a little bit stronger way here. I keep wondering, when do we as a community come together and start putting pressure on the license endorsement organizations like OSI to say, if you have a project and it's under an open source OSI approved license, but you have a SCaLE that allows you to relicense it to a non-open license, then that project is not open source and we will not endorse it as such.
It's a great, well, question, but more like a suggestion. What I can tell you is that I was not overly happy with the OSI as this whole thing unfolded between FerretDB and MongoDB. I hear a lot of talk from the OSI on AI, for example, but do we have open source licenses figured out for now? I mean, is there any kind of enforcement? For example, if I say today that the SSPL or the BSL license is open source, I mean, who's going to stop me? And unfortunately, if I have more money than you, then my voice could be louder than anybody else in the room. And this is what happened with the SSPL license, where if you ask some people, they would still think that the SSPL license is open source, even though it is not, because MongoDB called it an open source license for many, many years. And their voice was, of course, amplified by their marketing budget. So I completely agree with you. I think there's a lot of work to be done, I think, by the OSI, because I want to believe that we can stand behind the OSI on this, and we can still trust the OSI. But I don't think that there is enough focus, agreeing with you here, on whether the current system works, whether the current licenses or the way licenses can be enforced, or the way how licenses can be assumed, even though there are important details ignored as the SCaLE. I think there's more work to be done, for sure.
So you have...
I see a Red Hat shirt.
Yeah, and disclosure, I work for Red Hat, so...
But you're a good person.
You have, well, that's debatable, but you used the term freeloaders with Red Hat a number of times. Who at Red Hat ever called the community a freeloader?
I can tell you that. The source I have is pretty much the community discussion around Red Hat.
Okay, so that term was used...
This is I would not expect this sentence on a corporate blog.
Well, the thing is, that term was used in an article by Slate and another article by the Register when Mike McGrath posted his blog post about the split with CentOS. So I would just say attributing terminology like that to Red Hat is inaccurate and unfair. And so, you know, do with that what you will. The second question that I have is, you said that Red Hat had put the source for Red Hat Enterprise Linux behind a paywall. How much does it cost to get to that source?
I think that is not a public information, right?
It's zero. If you register for an account with developer.redhat.com, that gives you access to Red Hat Enterprise Linux and also the source code. So again, that's an inaccurate statement as well.
And I fully own if there are inaccuracies, and I had a disclaimer in the presentation as well. You know, it's pretty hard to understand all the nitty-gritty details when it comes to at least 5 license changes or, you know, stuff like that happening in the open source community. But let me ask something. So why do you think there was an uproar in the community after Red Hat changed its approach
Yeah,
towards
sure.
the source
That's a
code?
fair question. And the uproar was because being good community members, we released all of the source code, including all of the source RPMs for our flagship product for years and years and years.
Decades.
Yeah, decades. When folks stopped using that source code as I want to tinker and I want to make it better, but instead changed it to, I'm going to use the source code to compete directly against Red Hat, we tightened up our subscription agreement.
What is the problem? What is the problem with competition in this
There's no
case?
problem with competition.
But you just said that they use the source code for competition.
That we have asked community members multiple times for over a decade. If you want to use our source code, that's absolutely fine. We would rather you not use it to compete against us. If you want to do something different and better, do it. That's what the community is about. That is why every single product that we have comes from upstream projects to which we contribute all of the source code. But when it became, instead of it being people being in the community with, best of intentions, it turned into, we're going to take all the work that you've done and all of the integrations that you've done, and we're going to make it so that you don't get paid for all of that work. I don't think that that's reasonable. And in fact, if you read the GNU Free Software Manifesto, and there's an article on GNU.org that says, the assumption that you made about, you're supposed to take a tiny slice. Read the documentation on the GNU website. It says the idea that, you're supposed to make a minimal amount of money off of free software is a misconception. And in fact, the GNU Foundation says we recommend that folks make money off of open source so that they can continue to contribute. That's what we do.
So would you say that there was less adherence to the license over the years, and this is why Red Hat changed?
Well, the license is the GPL or the Apache Software Foundation license or
and
whatever.
Those are the terms, right? So
No,
there's no other...
The commercial terms for a subscription are not related to the license. If you get a subscription for developer.redhat.com at zero cost and you download the source RPMs and you distribute them, that is absolutely legal. That is not anything that we would say, you can't do that under the terms of the license.
But then why the uproar?
Because people stopped getting basically free rebuilds of a Red Hat Enterprise Linux. And we said, hey, we're doing the work. I think it would be really cool if you actually paid for the work. And again, that is in accordance to Free Software Foundation's documentation. They're the earliest, free software organization out there. So, but people got upset because they weren't getting free stuff anymore. And I get that, to be clear, I get that. But, with CentOS Stream, you get exactly the same build except for some minor version number differences. With Fedora, you get what's coming in Red Hat Enterprise Linux. All of those are freely available from Red Hat, sponsored by Red Hat, funded by Red Hat. So this whole like, oh, you're obfuscating the source code. No, 100% of the source code for everything that we do is upstream. That's how we work. Now, the integrations for some of the products that we do, that's not source code. That's how we build the product. That's not something that I think would be reasonably expected to be like, hey, give us your build system and your integration points. That's not part of the open source license.
Well, what I want to say is, first of all, I think that the community's opinion, and I can only go by that, would veer towards the understanding that I presented. Now you have a different understanding working at
I'm
Red Hat.
biased. I'm the first one to admit it.
You might be biased, but you might also be more knowledgeable on the actual mechanism that needed to be fixed in connection with whatever was right for Red Hat. What I would suggest is to be open about these points.
I don't know how much more we can blog about it. I mean, seriously, talk about the developer subscription. It is free, zero cost. You can get RHEL today for free and run it on like 16 machines. I don't know. I'm not part of that.
As someone who's around when Linux just started, and a lot of the open source licensing was just started. My singular observation, as opposed to a community observation, is that I was very surprised that open source worked, because in the United States it's a very capitalistic market. So I'm amazed that we've gotten this far, and I think it's fantastic. The one thing I've noticed with entities that have built their livelihood off of some type of open source model is they usually wind up coming into some kind of financial dire straits that forces them to change their ideals into something more business-like. And I think that's what you've seen with HashiCorp trying to change their license. Red Hat, I mean, they started off as a service company and selling Linux on CDs and distributing those CDs and making money just on shovelware, so to speak. I'm not saying that you're shovelware, just the stuff. So the thing to keep an eye on in any open source model is how is that company doing, and did they start with a good business model, and are they willing to stay true to their principles in that business model? So.
I think you're exactly right, and the license change is always. I don't think it ever stems from a belief. Hey, we need to change the license. Hey, we need to part ways with open source because we no longer believe in it. It's usually a financial or acquisition or investment-related action more often than not, which is unfortunate. But as you said, the reality of running a business. I think the big question is, can it be done in a way that is more honest with the community and maybe less disruptive? Are there ways to go into it easier and leave some opportunity for the community to react, like Valky did, for example? I think there are always two sides, and I'm really happy that I'm not sure what your name is, but I'm really happy that you, Thomas. I'm really happy that Thomas came here and discussed his viewpoint. Probably not Red Hat's, but disclaimer. But his viewpoint. So yeah.
So the only observation that I have is that yeah, I mean, there were many people in the community who would have liked Red Hat to have continued their model that they've had since inception of having having everything open sourced, as well as having commercial services to improve their financial outlook. It's only when I think they were put under management of IBM that that's sort of changed. I don't know if that was because of management of IBM. But
I can just say that IBM is very hands-off.
Okay, but that's sort of changed. The business model of Red Hat changed after.
No, we still provide open source software, 100% open source from upstream
No, but
communities.
the way you have done business has changed.
Grown, sure, but no, we still offer exactly what we did when we started, is open source software with commercial support.
Okay, well, I'm just meant to say that there were a lot of people in the scientific software development community who have changed from using Red Hat to now using, say, Ubuntu, because of the change.
Were they using Red Hat or were they using Simplex?
They were using a mixture of both, mattering on what it is, where they have it had it installed. But looking forward for more so for the database community, it looks like Percona has done a lot of development with databases. do you foresee that developers will have a stake in keeping a lot of the standards open and keeping a lot of the databases open going forward? Or do you foresee that because of the financial success of companies like Mongo, that things will change in a negative way?
Well, I think it changed in a negative way, and that's why this presentation is you know, the one I present. On the other hand, I think we might have gone to an extreme with the platforms at this point. And how I see it is that more and more users realize that at least they need something hybrid, if not on-prem or a private cloud, which means that there is appetite for open. There is appetite for open source technologies that would run their infrastructure. So I think that there is a lot of hope for open source, and I think, if anything, these actions showed us what happens if a decision like this is made, and what can the community do in case this happens. Valky is a very good example where, as you brought it up, developers could do something about it and did something about it, and ultimately the actions of Redis, the company that actually made that decision, changing back the license, shows that they might also agree that this was not the best decision they could have made, which is a great thing. This is positive. This is a learning. This is something that we now know is possible, and this is not impossible. I mean, to react.
Thanks for the very interesting talk and the discussion. Is there a risk that perfect is the enemy of good in a way, right? I think there's two sides to this, right? On the one hand, like contributions from Red Hat is probably better than something that's completely closed sourced. On the other hand, we need to keep these companies accountable and say, okay, if you change the license or you change the deal, if you rug pull the community like this, that you can't do that. That's not good. So we need to balance these two things, and that's just I don't know if you have, how do we thread this needle basically?
Well, I agree with you, and Thomas is here from Red Hat. Who, I mean, I'm really happy that there is a discussion, because this is how improvement happens. I did not have a lot of fruitful discussions with MongoDB, for example, even though I had many. And it's great to see that some of these companies would engage in conversations with the community. I totally believe, from the Red Hat perspective, that there were reasons. There are always reasons. Nothing like this would happen without a reason. The question is, could this be done some other way, in a way where the community also understands what happened and why? And you might have blogged about it a lot. I mean, not you, but Red Hat. Maybe it was you as well.
Yeah, I would also say that, remember that community is a two-way thing. By that I mean, Red Hat, we contribute tons to the community. I mean, they're paying for me to be here to teach people how to use open source, and not Red Hat open source. I always use freely available, completely, open source stuff when I present at these. But when somebody who is a member of the community says, "Hey guys, repackaging our stuff," and then saying that you're exactly the same when you're not, but then saying you don't have to pay Red Hat for all the hard work that you've done. Can you understand why that would be frustrating for a commercial company? Like, hey, all this work that we've done, and we've given the source code away for free forever, even though we're not required to, except for our customers. And then for us to say, like, hey, stop doing that, please. And the community, those members of the community saying, nah, screw you. We're gonna do what we want, even if it hurts you financially. That to me is a violation of community trust as well. Hey, Red Hat, I know you've done all this really cool stuff, but we're gonna make it so that you don't get paid for any of that work. That's not positive community interaction, in my opinion. And to be clear, I'm not speaking for Red Hat. I don't speak for Red Hat. I'm just a community member doing presentations here.
No, and thank you for your viewpoint. I think you're right that the community is a two-way thing, and it's predominantly supposed to be a collaboration on the outcome. So if Red Hat's, well, let's suppose this is Red Hat's position, is that the rest of the community, which Red Hat is a part of, was not working towards a common success, then obviously that's a problem that needs to be addressed. My question here is that, was there enough discussion, or was there a visible discussion that was able to solve this issue before anything happens? And to me, it sounds like that discussion did not happen, or not happen in a way that was enough to prevent the backlash. And that's all I know. It's a good sign that there are two-way discussions just like this one here. And if I can have one request for you, please do a presentation on the Red Hat position on this. I mean, it might be one of the most interesting, decks I would expect here.
I've known Thomas Cameron a long time. You just asked Thomas Cameron to express his opinion on something athletic, and he will.
I did not notice such a thing. All right, well, thank you very much, everyone. Thanks.